I'll still keep that off. Oh, that's interesting to note. If you wait it out, you essentially get an initiative penalty. So there is some minor disincentive to just keep, you know. In the case, let's see who's in this roster. Those are bad traits. I mean, the Optimist and Determined is good. Just, not a good lineup. Alright, the new lineup is... That's funny, but no. Range defense, melee skill, resolve is not bad, but I'll cycle that out again. I've got time to cycle them out. Hello there, Lels. How's it going? Just currently trying to cycle for a decent start. Not bad in the ailing trait, but 2 range skill. I don't want to have a ranger, good god. Guy is secretly a beast hunter in disguise. I'm doing alright. Currently just cycling through noble starts to get a good start. Or at least I'm looking for a good noble commander. Decided to be a lot more organized after 11 crusades of this. So if you happen to want a lad, here you go. Two dot hit points, 2 dot initiative. Not bad. But I think I can throw those talent stars elsewhere, so I'm going to fudge it. This one. Iron Jaw is not bad. 1 dot melee defense, 1 dot fatigue. Good traits, but I'm looking for those stars. Because if you don't have a good noble, you don't have a good run. Plus, this lets me get people... it delays things long enough for people to get here. No talent stars any... Well, health is okay. But the main problem is no Colossus. Noble doesn't get Colossus, so... Hello, carrier. Don't mind me just cycling the starts, because as I sat about it, I kind of did the Crusader start as a kind of like, grr, I was angry at the time. But having experimented and taken some time to sit down, breathe, do my thing, I'm good for another noble start. Hey, Fireborn. You know, I actually had a funny idea when I was working today about doing a crusade that's just Fight Club. Peasants Crusade, but everyone just uses unarmed combat and just grapples everyone. That would be hilarious. The damage output would be awful, and we're useless against the undead, but in other situations it would be absolutely hilarious. Just poof! Fuck your fatigue. Well, I mean, you have to start off using spears. There's no way you're going to get... Grappling's not a base skill. But as it turns out, in the Legends mod specifically, initiative boosts your unarmed damage, and most brawlers are wearing light armor. You see where the madness is going now. Why am I getting so many range skill starts? God damn! Fucking hell! I don't want range skill! Stop giving me 2-dot range skill, you dick! The main problem with being a brawler is that you have to get set up to become a brawler. Legends honestly accommodates for new players. Just play on the easy mode, because the easy mode is easier than vanilla. Veteran is veteran straight on. Expert is Legends difficulties harder, and then Legends is, oh god, I am blasting fire out of my ass after eating the wrong kind of curry. Not the worst start in the world. What does his buddies look like? Super Spearman. This guy's kind of shit. Okay. Good Arbalist. I'm not... I'm going to save this as a code. I'm going to give it a few more minutes to try and cycle out seeds. So this seed is GXG BWQECKQ. Oh yeah, for you, Caria and a Fireborn. Making this a little bit more formal and less loosey-goosey, there you go. There's actually a formal sign-up sheet now. Okay, I can live with that. Smart, sure-footed, determined. Boom. 2 dot health, 1 dot melee defense. That makes up for a lot. I'm not going to be the super tank, but I absolutely have durability this time around. So, one of my spearmen sucks. They're both kind of bad, admittedly. The axeman is bad. These are pretty bad talent stars, but the noble, who we absolutely need to make sure is good at what he does. That bright alone is already fantastic. Take some of that great health. Melee defense, I need it earlier, and I don't need to boost myself that hard. So, that's me trying to be flavorful, but essentially how to actually fill out the form is that the backgrounds are things related to the game. Like, say, this guy's background is foot soldier. This guy's is warrior. It's also things such as thief, boyar, retired soldier, farmer, that jazz. And meanwhile, talents are talent stars. Like, for instance, the noble here has 2 star H point hit points, 3 stars resolve, 3 stars melee skill. Essentially, the talents is supposed to be which of the 3, up to 3 stats, which one would you prioritize as yourself? If you could have your absolute best picks. Yeah, everyone's talents are good, except him. Just their stat lines are kind of shit. Also, that's hilarious. The spear boy is afraid of nobles. This guy hates nobles. Now, the important thing is we need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Once again, it is the noble start of run the hell away. And once again, the South is unfriendly to us. That's a good start. I'm pretty sure the toppled watchtower is a, Oh, are you the only one with yeah, you've got a padded surcoat, you've got linen tunic. Oof, that is not good for your armor scores. I'm pretty sure fallen these are, Whee! Hi, Satori. New Crusade, new form. And if it is a little too confusing, I'll just change it to be a little bit more blunt. But yeah, the fourth question is for fun, the first three are the relevant ones. Oh, shit! Goblins! Fuck! This was a mistake. We're out of here. I didn't see this coming. Nope, the fuck on out of here. I think they're all melee lads, so honestly the poison goblins aren't too terribly bothered. We won't be bothered too much. So, honestly, because I have no armor to speak of whatsoever, I'm willing to let them live. This was supposed to be a frickin' rogue camp. Okay, so we got out of that one scot-free, which is good. Goblins lived there. Good to know, that's a first. We need a battle standard. That's another town owned by our enemies. Raiders to start off with is too much for us to handle, so we're gonna just let them be. We're gonna need something to get us started, because this is turning out to be a little messy. Mark. There we go. Here's a starting town. Alright, so he wants a caravan. 170 crowns for the job, that's pretty bad, but that discovers a town. These are brigands who just robbed a guy. And this is delivery work. All of them pay like crap, but it's gonna get us started, so... let's get the combat job out of the way first. Get back here, you little bastards. Rabble and poachers. Oh god, it's all range combat. Oh shit. Also, out his leg and his gut. As bad as this is starting off, I need to tie him down in melee combat. And then the rest of our brothers can then engage them formally in melee combat. Not a good start, but hey, sometimes we must suffer for the sake of our brothers. Also, I'm noticing we're a little chunky. Hold up. Where is that ever-friendly task manager? Arknights has been treating me alright. Just mostly been doing, you know, idle treasure hunting. Anyway, we're walking home with wounds. That's a pretty bad roundup for gear, unfortunately, but, well, we're gonna have to start off that way. I'm using an experimental patch, so, there's gonna be things like the armor's gonna be rebalanced, because apparently legendary armor... Give me a sec. Let's see, documentation. There you go. That gives you the new shit. The battle is over. We got the ceremonial staff. Time to go home. He's pretty messed up. I'm actually kind of curious. How much is a day's wages? Yikes! 91 crowns for a day's wages. Patch up his arms, and he honestly doesn't need the patch up. It's not terribly important to his job. I mean, we got a rinky-dink little bow. It's helpful on occasion. Oh wait, there's a taxidermist here. That's very useful to know. And here's a proper armory. With very reasonably priced armor pieces. Right, all the chain has been, instead of it just being super pricey and whatnot, now we can get really cheap chain, but on the other hand, it's also not as protective, but it's also not as fatiguing either, so it's basically a straight translation of, everything. Can't afford too terribly much right now, so what we're gonna do is... we'll do a transfer payment. 80 crowns, it pays for most of our days walking. It's not terribly far at all. Easy. So I can see why it's worth 80 crowns. What? No, get over there. Where the hell are you going, buddy? peasants from... I'm not in the business of slaughtering peasants for no good reason. We are a nobles crusade, after all. If we were the northerners, I'd absolutely do some murder. The wool spinner. Here's open. Caravanning work. 10 crowns per head, 25 crowns, 110 on completion. And delivery. No thank you, that's bullshit. So a wool spinner. Brigands, just as you expected. Not only at the wool spinner, they don't appear to give two shits about how out in the open they are. As your men converge on the area, the brigands lazily gather their weapons as if they've handled men of your ilk already. Let's go. It's Air Todd! Well, I can extrapolate, like... your request about being of boyars, I can of a boyar, I can just, you know... Alright, so they're all trying to lean over here. So we're going to rotate our line ever so slightly. It is the start of a new crusade, so it is usually well. But that can change rapidly. You know that quite well, unfortunately. Yikes. All the roles are vacant. And the talent part of the form is specifically for... So you know how everyone has talent stars? That is what they're there for. Basically, what 3 talents would you prefer that I try to swing for? Because every Battle Brother typically has 2 or 3 talents, usually 3, that they have talent stars in. For you, Erdtod. But we currently have some kind of lackluster starters, so I probably won't ask if anyone wants those. But if you would like one... Ooh, nice. Got with the friendly fire as intended. Gotta love the marching wall of death. Run him down, I need XP. Dead. Yeah, I can do that, no problem. Or you should actually have the right to be able to edit it. Because I actually can't. Hold on. Detailer. That should work out quite nicely. He's going full guts. Be concerned. As rough as a fight as there can be. Anyway, now that we've started to get some levels on these initial lads, his first level is kind of shit. I guess give him Colossus. It's one of the few things he'll be good for. Nicholas the Brave. Give him Colossus. Bertolf. Not a terrible level, but not a fantastic one. Just Colossus for all these big boys. I mean, even our Arbalesters don't have reliable levels in their stuff. It's embarrassing. Yeah, this is the only guy with some shooting talent. Put it nicely, he's not exactly batting 100 out of 100 there. Give him Student, and give him Crippling Strikes. Meanwhile, we have... I'll take that +4 in melee skill, that +4 in health, and that +5 in resolve. I don't believe we have throwing daggers, but there's throwing axes and spears. Let's see. I don't have a particular need for any of these talents just yet. A fortified mind is always good, but we're going to go with Pathfinder. Oh, I should put in a name for these. Oh, damn it. Hold on, I will adjust the form. There we go. I think that people can reopen it up and adjust accordingly. Start throwing on leather jackets for people, or jack coats. You're the injured ones, so you get the jack coat. All right. Is it you? Oh, what the fuck? So, some lads just came out of nowhere and just... You dick. That just ruined the mission. We're not getting paid for that one. Frankenmuth, obey. Yeah, because this group of 5 just popped out of nowhere and wrecked our shit, metaphorically. I'll see if I can do a adjust. Hold on. Okay, respondents can edit after submit. There we go. Option changed. Oh, they are absolutely still after us. Son of a bitch. I was about to say, how far are they willing to go to chase us over the mountains? Holy shit. Anyway, we have no medical supplies and no armor pieces. Once again, we're kicked out to the north. Okay, you know what? Just to make this a smooth transition, what we're gonna do is I'm deleting all the responses for right now, and we're gonna start clean because of the initial mess. Here you go. New listing, no muss, no fuss. Don't worry, dude. Just repost everything and you'll be good. I didn't realize some of the settings were going to be so annoying about how particular they were. So, again, no muss, no fuss. We're good. Beast hunting! Oh boy! Well, it's 1 dot, so provided it's not something like spiders, we should be okay. Watch it be spiders. It's a rip-off, but... Blacksmith event. While walking around the shops of Bokenberg, you feel a tug at your sleeve. You turn to find a child there with a face smeared black with 2 bright white eyes staring out. He asks if you know anything about swords. You gesture towards the one you got sheathed at your side. He claps his hands. Great, I work for the blacksmith yonder, but he's away fetching iron ingots. He told me to keep watch of this special sword he was making, but it fell and broke. Fell and broke on its own. Will you help me put it back together? Bertov is fetched to go help the kid. He places the sword's handle and steel together, and the kid works his magic on his own, easily mending the sword back into one piece. You're amazed by his skill and wonder how good the blacksmith himself must be if this is his apprentice. After the work is done, the boy offers to fix some of the weapons of the Thracian Crusade, which you happily accept. Nice work. Oh, look, it's Spooters. You know, spiders have been having a real effect on these Crusades as of late. Just so many of them as of late. Well, we're not fighting redbacks yet. Duelists do prefer lighter armor, specifically... Oh, do they like lighter armor? Typically, the best duelists are swordmasters, and swordmasters prefer light armor, so I think that's the reasoning there. Wow, the injured guy managed to stab a guy to death. Wow, he actually got him out of the webs efficiently. Nice. quick switch into a crossbow. He's gonna be feeling it for a little bit, especially with the poison gnawing at him, but he should be okay. That one just run away. Yeah, I think that one ran away, so I think we're good, honestly. Just a single thread of gossamer. That sucks. The spiders litter the field like they would the corner of an attic. In death, they look like giant gloves stiffly clasped together. You have the men wrench the legs apart to harvest evidence of the bestial remains. You enter Thurkel the Wise's office carrying the dead spider on your back. The man screams from his chair and squalls at as it flings back across the floor. He jumps to his feet and draws a butter knife off his desk. You throw the dead webnick from your shoulder and it claps on his back. The townsman slowly comes forward. He sheaths the butter knife in a loaf of bread and he shakes his head. By the old gods, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Nodding, you tell the man it required more than a big boot to squash these beasts. He nods back. Of course, sellsword, of course. Your payment is right there in the corner. And please, take that ungodly thing with you when you leave. Hey, look. We need the money. We need the money and we need the equipment. He's gonna bleed out and die. Because he didn't put on his hat today. It is annoying how much the game is kind of stuttering, and I'm not sure if that's because this is essentially more of a fan test patch or not. Right? This is merely a declaration of war made by an enemy house. We merely answer their war declaration in kind. It's amazing he's not dead yet. To be fair, it might be grazed neck, and he may have a lot more hit points than he looks. At the very least, their padded surcoats will replace these linens we're running around with. Alright. Well, that was a hard miss. Yes, by the way, for you, Glaive, the form. And they were carrying lots of fish on them. Perfectly good Gamberson. melee skill. It sucks, but I don't got much in the way of... These guys aren't too particularly talented. Yeah, it's a Dragon Tamer. Gamerson. Thick Tunic. You have a Gamerson. Perfectly good leather coat. You already have a Gamerson, so we'll put you fully equipped. There you go. This also lets me save people for later Crusade, so I don't have to keep asking every time people, you know, come around. A Scrossamax is not honestly bad. I don't know why my stomach's kind of disagreeing with me right now. I wonder if it's something I ate earlier, but whatever. Daggers can be useful. Start building up our small veritable arm. We have no ammunition. Thank God ammunition is at market price here. You're the better swordsman out of the two. Basically, name what preferred stats you want out of 3. Oh, name background, like, say, Witch Hunter or whatnot. Preferred stats, and then how you fight. Such as, say, Ranger, Pikeman, Duelist, that jazz. It's a little fluffier than it needs to be, as I'm kind of learning. Fair enough. Hey, there's a local holiday going on. Housemaids. Housemaids are not often used to physical labor. Skilled in cooking. Either case, we've got delivery work. Barbarians! You find Artwin the Elder with a dirtied and mud-slaked woman sat up beside his chair. Her hair is matted and her flesh stricken with all manners of punishment. She sneers at you as if it was all your doing. Artwin the Elder kicks her over. Don't mind this wench sells sword. We caught her and her friends raiding the granary. Killed a lot of the savages. I say we spared her for the fun of it, but beating on her is about as much fun as doing it to a dog. Her mannishness just steals all the joy. He kicks her again and she snarls back. See? Well, I have news. We have located the stain she came from and have every intention of burning it to the ground. That's where you come in. The barbarian village is west of here. Stomp it out and you'll be paid very well. Actually, yes. Blacksmiths are an elite background that costs a significant amount, but are some of the best repairmen in the game and are specialized in hammers. The woman doesn't understand what's being said, but some slack in her stare seems to indicate she's beginning to understand why a man of your sort walked through that door in the first place. You interested, or do I have to find a man of meaner character? Let's talk money. 80 in advance, 320 when the job is done. And the 2-star Well, the 2 crown is delivery. So, yeah, let's go murder a barbarian. Shit, wrong one. How much does that tank my... that tanked my reputation bad. Whatever, I'm over 1,000, so good enough. Interesting place for barbarians to live, in the swamp. You find the barbarian village in just to its outskirts lies a round head in the snow. It's so large the entire company could lay foot to head in it and still not stretch across its middle. Runes have been carved into its outer rim, long divots have been caked with dried blood. In its center of the slab is a small square rise with a curve to hold its neck. Bertolf spits. Looks like a sacrificial square, or circle. Looking around, you wonder aloud of where they put the bodies. The sellsword shrugs. Don't know, probably ate them. Wouldn't surprise you if you did. You search the village and ponder attacking or waiting. In the swamp. Wow, the dog dodged in the swamp. That is unlucky. Choke him off at the point. Wow. That is a lucky, lucky doggo. Oh crap, he's also in swamp too. That's not good. Two hits to the head, that's amazing. Well, that's not good, but thankfully he's equipped with a shiny new dagger. And fails to fillet the person. The doggo's not having a good day, watching its master die. Or masters. Wow, that's 2 shots through the shield. That's amazing, honestly. Shit. Well, whatever. We've got them all tackled at this point. Role. Essentially, what kind of role would you like to serve on the battlefield? Do you want to be running around with a 2-handed weapon and being a primary killer? Do you want to have a sword and or do you want to have a weapon and shield and be a sort of a lineman? Think about, when I say role, what do you want to be doing on the battlefield? A hammer can be 1- or 2-handed. Primarily 2-handed, but warhammers do exist, and they go very comfortably with a shield. The primary role of an armor unit, of a hammer unit, is to destroy armor for the rest of the team. Which is a very important role, mind you. Don't let me make that sound like it's a bad role. Anyway, we're going to go with Inspiring Presence. Not really investing in my battlefield stats starting off, but I've got a lot of good health and fatigue.
You enter Otwin the Elder's room and find him shackled into his chair. He's watching a naked woman saunter from one side to the other side of the room.
Shaking his head, he talks to you while not taking his eyes from the show. My scouts already told me of your doing. Said you put it to the barbarians like they'd done their wrongs against you personally. I like that. I like that lack of restraint. Wish more of my own men had it. A servant previously unseen quickly marches across the room. He's got a red candle atop his head and a chest of crowns in his hands. You take your pay and leave the room as quickly as you can. Cargo. No, thank you. And your tools are absurdly expensive, but I don't have better options right now, so you get your ransom, you ass. This food's about to go bad, so we're gonna sell it. Good night, Air Todd.
The last comment, the last comment is a joke. When you die, you die. I'm just being thematic.
Actually, good level for him. I think I'll just keep him as a spear waller for as long as he lives. Bullseye. Jobber's gonna job. Still, thank you for the submission. I will attempt to get you in it when I can. Though, again, blacksmiths are actually an elite background, so they kick ass and take names. They're just expensive. More barbarians! Well, I ain't gonna complain. We're really far as... Oh, that's quite a marching. Alright, well, let's get to it then. Because I was about to say, the barbarians are really far south. Well, really far south for, their encampments, but now this one just spawned up to the north. Still good pay for the early phase. You find the barbarians moseying about their village. It's mostly tents and impromptu snow houses. Elderly women sit in a circle weaving baskets, and younger women are making arrows while throwing glances at the burly men walking around. The men themselves pretend they don't care, but you know a peacock in action when you see it.
There's also a few chickens, hurrying to and fro this task or that. And just outside the village stand a series of wooden stakes impaling naked corpses from anus to mouth, and their chest cavities have been spread apart like butterfly wings, and the insides draped down like loosened embroidery. Horrid. You nod. It is, but that's why you're here. Sup, kill anyone? Fresh start. Just trying to get off the road, off the ground right now. Blech. Off the road. I mean, in its own right, I guess that's correct. The starting roster is kind of unimpressive, so... Still, even an unimpressive roster is incredibly lethal in the right hands. Like that! He's only alive by an inch, if even that. Or was. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. They were even generous enough to donate their tools to us. The tools here are more reasonably priced. Hell, they're even cheap. Wow. Munition stockpiles are holding. Let's just get marching back. Oh no, dare I ask how bad it got? Where did the mean bad spider touch you? Holy fuck! 170! You have a hard time finding Igmar the treasurer, eventually finding him halfway down a well shaft, plugging a hole with a stone slab. He shouts up at you. Ah, the sellsword! Hoist me up, men! A pulley system draws the plank upon which he sits. He swings his legs off and rests them in the rim of the wellhead. Our mace was killed by a donkey, so I thought I'd lend a hand myself. Nothing like a little dirty work to get a good man up in the morn. He slaps your chest with his glove. It leaves a powdered outline. He nods and fetches a servant to go get your pay. A job well done, sellsword. Very, very well done. Heh. You don't humor him. $80 crowns to get to Bolzaberry. Bolzaberry is up to the north. Were to be to the south, I'd be a bit more forgiving, but I kind of need to get some money done. Or I need to get some money in the coffers. I also need some kills in the bank so I can actually level up. Reimer comes to you with a report of your food stocks. He explains there's not much to go around and what bread is on hand could be better used to build a house or slay a man. Most of the fruit is soft to the touch, covering what appears to be gray fur. All that's otherwise left has been thrown into a great stew which the men have been aptly naming Crotch Brunch. To be frank, it isn't looking good. However, by some fortuitous coincidence, a small farm lays in the distance. The brother doesn't come out right to say it, but it's gently suggested that maybe your company could go raid it. We move on. Yeah, these will hold out just fine. Oh yes, can't kill anyone. Would you like the form? Let's see, Ostromand is... Let's try to Newland. Newland is much smaller, and interestingly, kind of right here. So I wonder if there's some giant mega island in the center. Anyway... He also wants Cargill to Bolsabee. Ergenstrand. Standard Brigand Contract. Caw, Adderlion. Care for you some paperwork? There's a lot of rabble in there. And a butch... Nah, it's not actually just hard butcher. Sorry, puppy. I'm not sorry. You ever watch a man get absolutely brutalized? Also, ow, a rock hit my head. That's uncomfortable. That didn't end up working. The enemy is trying to do what it can to flank us. The key word is trying to do what it can to flank us. There goes his ugly head. And that's the entire crew eliminated. Not
Ah, this guy wants us to betray. No, thank you. I don't want 100 more crowns for it. I'm gonna need a lot more money to be a trader. And even then, we still might not. Hey, regular just brigands. Also, I swear the double speed is faster nowadays. Slade. Good shot for effect, and that's actually a woman using that bow. It's called Run 'em Down, lads. They are all sorts of dead at this point, completely surrounded by all angles. Nearly shoots his buddy on the back in accident. Well, at least their corpses are good supplies for us. Why does he have Okay, that's weird. Yeah, this guy just has hammer proficiency. And it's just base hammers. Steadfast. Is our company gonna be like majority beast slayers? I see at least 1, 2. Yeah, 2 beast hunters. Suppose it's good killing, though. Moncomp. Huh. The peat rocks are actually not all that, expensive here. Fresh fruit. We're not gonna go, That's good money, but unholds alone can take out our company. Easily. Yeah, we're definitely in an island setup. Ain't nothing wrong with that, it's just gonna be interesting to move around on this landmass. Hello, that's 12 brigands. Loot sensors have activated. Form of the Destroyer.
That should be winnable. Let's take him out.
Headshot. Chest shot. With a bolt. It'll be amazing if he lives past the hour. Do you see why we need to crusade against the bandits? They are more than willing to kill their own pets to kill us. This is not righteousness. It is quite the opposite, in fact. And they deserve every bad thing that happens to them because of it. Well, time to run the enemy down. Run them down, or they're gonna try and run away. Let's try running them down. Yeah, just gonna be a big game of chase, so it's over. Bread, money, and a day's paid at least. Or in our case, the money we need to get on the boat. He needs some resolve levels at this point. Steadfast. Probably pretty universal steadfast on the front. Let's go with weapon skill, melee defense, and then some health. No, we need to get off the fucking boat. No, stop. We need to get off the boat.
And we're going to try cycling in some rotation. Builds up 25. How the fuck does the enemy get to do it so often then? That's kind of bonkers if it's 25 for a rotation. Anyway, let's head to Wasserkog. You find Thorismund the merchant reading a scroll. He throws the paper at you and asks to read off the names. The handwriting is difficult, but not more so than the names themselves. You stop and apologize, stating you're not from these parts. The man nods and takes the scroll back. "It's alright, sellsword. If you're wondering, those are the names of the men, women, and children who have passed in the last week." Last week? There were a lot of names on that list. The man, seeming to read you, nods somberly. "Aye, we're in a bad way. So many lives lost. We believe this to be the work of foul creatures, beasts beyond our ability to reason. Obviously, we'd like you to go find and destroy them. Would you be interested in such a task, mercenary?" Either way, let's talk pay. 810 crowns for what looks to be a semi-difficult contract. This should be within our ability to handle. We may just have to take some time to armor up. Or we're fighting webnicks in the swamp. Oof. And it counts as an ambush spawn too. That's actually kind of fucking brutal. See, you can't fire the spider, which doesn't work out. The problem is the spiders are going to be incredibly accurate because we're in the fucking swamp and they apparently are not affected by it. Honestly, this is looking pretty ripperoni if it doesn't fix itself quickly. Oh, swamp also reduce... No, but that should also reduce their own abilities too, unless they're just flat out not affected by the swamp. Which they are, so... Well, yeah, I had an ambush spawn effectively, and then said ambush spawn, got us surrounded. Yeah, I saw how much the redbacks had, which I was looking at that going, that's a tad fucking ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, it makes sense. They're a bunch of spiders, so they're pretty fucking fast, but still. Anyway, for the sake of not having to start over, this is probably, yeah, that's pretty rip-a-fucking-roni.
But in the interest of not wasting time, we'll just do this. Unless it's going to count this as ambush spawn every time. Yes, yes it is. Okay, that's a good thing to learn. Oh boy. So, can I stop rolling high 90 now? Fuck me. Oh, that one was barely inches off. Shit. There we go. Then try to get some of our actual melee people taken care of. Fuck me. Oh, he outright broke. I'm admittedly gonna be skeeved as shit if it just auto-saved me into a fucking doom stack I actually can't deal with and run away from. Because that will have been an hour and a half wasted. Where I'll have to just grind the noble back up. Because we're stuck in an ambush spawn, but actually having some territory instead of all oops swamp actually gives us a chance. There we go. Because I expect to lose some people here. Being stuck in an ambush spawn? Yeah, no fucking way we're making through this clean. That is some awful damage. Holy shit. Ah, I thought that was a harder angle. Oh well. Rotate. Break me out. Wait, that's a swamp. Fuck! Try to do some decent setup. Fuck it. Wow, I actually got very lucky with that and didn't hit as many friendlies as I thought I would. But yes, this is a situation we like to call crisis management. How well can we manage the crisis? He's super dead. Wow, he's actually not. Impressive. But the poison's still gonna kill him. Shit. Now he's dead. It is an unrelenting horde of spiders. Jesus, one kill and they get fucking hyped. That was actually a terrible move, but it keeps that guy pinned. Was that an outright takeout?
Yep, that's an outright takeout. The situation's fucked.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Gotta give this one more shot if this is the absolute case that we're just completely fucked.
Weird that the chat broke then. Then again, gotta love that Twitch quality, huh? Fuck. Alternating the front line. Anyone who joins the company as well is delegated to having a spear because it's just outright better to have a spear when starting out. Your accuracy will be higher than it actually would be without a spear, which is already good. If spears weren't shit at armor piercing, spears 80% of the company would actually be kind of viable, not gonna lie. Oh, because I'm fucking... It is sometimes goddamn annoying to tell when you're on Swamp Tile and when you're not. Yeah, I think this company just got fucked by the surprise ambush in the fucking swamps. I actually can't get out of this. That's really shitty. That's actually really shitty.
Okay, this act...
I'll give this the last try. Because it's not 90% swamp tiles I'm just stuck in. Because I fully expect to take casualty. Too many webnicks. He doesn't have to be the flag bearer, though he could work out nicely, honestly. No joke about that one. Oof. I mean, yeah, his boosts are going to be random, but he's either going to give +1 or -1 on his irrational stuff, so it's not like he's completely gimped by being a flag bearer. Sure, he's not the optimal choice, but he does the job just fine. Yeah, so either he has an extra point of resolve for a fight, or he loses a point of resolve for a fight. It's really... If he's built up that... If he's, like, all there for being a fucking flag bearer, it may be worth dealing with the slightly randomness to just have an ace. Because here's the thing. If he's the flag bearer, he's carrying the flag. No shit. But if he's the flag bearer, 10% of his resolve is added as extra resolve for allies. Meaning that, Oh, that's not good. Meaning that anyone within 3 tiles of him gets, 10% of his resolve for a fight. Rally so that their shit isn't tanking so hard. Honestly, I probably should have just secured kills at that point. Yeah, most of my folks are tiring out or dying. It's why you want the flag bearer to be high resolve. It's over. Only got to keep one of their armors. Oof, okay. The mercenaries scour the field, hacking and sawing at the spider's stiff remains to take back the Thorsman the merchant. Even in death, the webnicks are ghastly, only looking only a moment away from flinching back to life and wrapping themselves around the nearest breathing animal. Their horrifying features and surreal size does not stop some sellswords from dancing around, clicking their tongues and hissing, and all around preying upon the phobias of those less inclined to go near the damn things. Wow, what assholes.
You don't think you can fit the spider's corpse into Thorsman the merchant's room, so instead you slap it against his window from outside. You hear a horrified scream and the clatter of falling furniture. A moment later, an adjacent window is thrown open. The townsman leans out. "Oh, very rich, sellsword, very rich. May the old gods serve you 1,000 years of idle time for that one." Nodding, you ask about your pay. He begrudgingly tosses you a satchel. 810 crowns is in there. Now take that awful thing and go. Alright.
So one man is a militiaman. Let's see.
So we've got a guy who...
Actually, these are really fucking expensive. Genuine experience.
Diabolically fierce.
We're gonna move on for different recruits.
We gain the battle standard. No one likes a skinflint, least of all a group of wandering, bloodthirsty rabble
Motivated primarily by a love of coin. Not everyone, or precisely no one, was thrilled when you suggested cutting back on spending to save up for a company standard. Once the Thracian Crusade standard is finally paid for and hoisted for the first time to snap proudly in a fresh dawn breeze, however, no one claims it wasn't worth it. The men are proud of their new standard, even tossing around names for it around the campfire, though none of them really stick. It's clear for everyone to see now, this is not some band of hired thugs, this is becoming a true mercenary company. Who shall have the honor of carrying the banner?
No. In fact, I'm now starting to recruit because 2 of the people died and thus opens up slots in the nobleman's lineup.
Because he starts with a capacity of 6 and a full lineup. Actually, I'm going to check to see if... Militia actually doesn't have, pikes naturally. That's kind of shitty. Oh, shit. Oh, double shit. Let's see. Can you do have rally the troops? Not particularly what we're looking for. Hageland. Let's head to Wasserkog. Oh, Wasserkog was just up the way. Shit. Awesome, Strand.
Full nets here.
Don't believe I've been to Woodcaven.
Alright.
What's the kind of work you have for us here? More monster slaying! Can we not? I'll take bandage mastery. I genuinely need to start getting some weapon experience, but again, I can't really do that, because, well, not this second. I really need more people to man my front. I haven't been to Birkenstrad, so maybe that'll be a place. So many fishmen! So many fish! Head to Newsland and hope for jobs there, and if not... Ghosts are afoot. Go to the cemetery and go solve the problem. For 2 dots of pain. Hell with it. We'll take a, And what about the other one? Rational. Fuck it. Cultist. Barely worth any money, but... kind of just scraping by for the crowns right now, in this exact second. Food supplies running low. There just hasn't been good work. This guy could potentially be useful for shields, so we'll take him on. I just happen to know we don't have shields. And they have no armor, so he's going to be running around with a buckler. We have a few days' money to keep people going, but we ain't doing terribly hot. So needless to say, fun times ahead. Oh, I didn't take the job like a genius. Okay, let's take that job. The remote cemeteries is in the mountains. Well, hopefully it's not something like knot chairs, because I really can't handle them right now. If anything, I'll probably be spending a day up, camping out in the mountains so I can heal. And he's on scout duty. Our star is not particularly bright right now. Hey! Knee-deep in someone else's afterlife. They're offering us a map. I'm offering them death. Because I really can't afford to go do faffing about and whatnot. And he ate a rock to the head. And it's 90% range characters. What the shit? This was actually a terrible idea, but we're gonna roll with it. The new guy's gonna get slaughtered at this rate. I think the better archer is the one who died. Well, the better arbalist is the one who died too, which is unfortunate. Honestly, not a bad way about setting up your line. Yeah, I'm assaulting someone, which is I'm assaulting the fucking range line, which is not good. Thankfully, the archers are incredibly selfishly all about preserving their own lives. So I'm able to just charge on up there and mess them up. It's not a perfect setup, but it'll work for now. The best part about all this is that brigand poachers suck in melee combat. There's a reason why they're the rangers of their crews. But yeah, the more spears you can generally have up front interspersed, the better. There is no shame in having a mostly ranger crew, mostly spear crew to start off with. Shit. Nah, I think he's eating it. I don't have a safe position for him to go, and he's out of stamina at this point. That's called getting extremely lucky. Cover! Cover! Something, 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 the cruelties of war. Yeah, they're out of here. I can keep trying, but I ain't gonna catch up in time. Well, it's the first step on the road to essentially getting ourselves back on our feet, because I will admit losing our early brothers does suck. We just haven't had good stomping grounds. Albert the councilman welcomes you into his room. Did you kill them all? Is it secure? You shrug. Nobody will be digging up graves anytime soon. Crown's well deserved. I mean, it's some money. And these will spoil in a day. I was like, was that 100? Nah. It's some fish. Food is not particularly well valued here, unfortunately. So we must move on. Most everyone here is taking a bonking pretty bad. Oh well, we move along. In hopes that the next village gets us some work. Nah, we're gonna skip the camp. Turn on the noble contracts for ourselves, despite the fact we are not even remotely prepared for them right now. It's basically a free ambition pop. What do you want as your day tailor? Duelist is typically swordsman. Day tailor has aptitude for hammer, axes, maces. Sturdy, looms with immensity, and resolute. Better initiative would be preferred. Though the quick thing is not bad at all. 2 of the 3 aren't bad. I could probably find someone better, though. I will see how this farmer is, though. Let's see it. Survivor. The glass is half full. Nah. For a beginning pikeman, he'll do. The 30 resolve, though, sucks. His 104 fucking fatigue, on the other hand, is surprisingly ballin'. So actually, how does his... Well, we already have the bannermen ready. He's only going to get better at it if we let him. At the very least, that's a +3 fatigue down the board. Anyway, there's a job here. Brigands. Respectable pay for the job. Right, the one bad thing about a farmer is that his starting weapon skill is 46. He's going to be trying to shoot for 56s. We now have access to noble contracts. I'm not going to read that because we usually get that all the time. He has no dots melee skill, so that could be awkward. He's going to definitely need Backstabber if he wants to stay competitive. Goodbye, pupper! I was like, where's my turns? I mean, poachers don't typically have the best resolve, but on the other hand, he's got enough talent stars that if you really swung hard, he could work. There's definitely better people who can do that job better, but those stars are hilarious. Diving into the maelstrom of battle. And not shooting our buddies in the back, okay? Yeah, I don't see why he couldn't serve that role for the time being. Maybe he's also extraordinarily good in just his role and you don't need to replace him. Just because eventually someone better comes along does not mean that, you know, he doesn't have value for, like, most of the game. Wow, people just flip shit. And the farmer gets his first kill with the war flag. And that's another kill with the farmer and the war flag. Well, here's the thing. All the backgrounds start with randomly rolled stats within a range. Poachers aren't known for having good resolve. They will always pale in comparison to, say, a squire or a monk.
Now, growth-wise, that guy having 3 dots, he absolutely could end up better than people who naturally have the start that way. But just pound for pound, a squire is usually always better than a poacher.
Anyway, Willibald makes his first level. Weapon skill, melee defense, and honestly some health, so he's not immediately dropped. And we'll go for Colossus so that he can actually stand up in the front line. This guy wants me to go beast hunting for Alps, Unholds, and Hexen. No! I'm not stupid, thank you. So, again, not a bad start. Pretty standard commoner melee training, and then that resolve is perfectly serviceable. Bright plus Mason is not a bad combo, but his talent stars are ass. This... We have terrified villagers, so not a lot of people here. People are getting grave robbed. We have just enough fish to get us there and maybe back. So I'll have some basic junk. The Pox victim graves. Oh, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. And looks like we're fighting Zambos. Which means this guy's sword is quite fitting for the job. Oh no, it's the Zambo invasion! Word of gangers! I just realized my crew won't be able to, except for the swordsman, we're not doing any head shopping. That's a little shitty. Yes, that is absolutely a, shield bro. That's pretty fantastic, all things considered. Point blank, buddies. Shield bros are guys who use spears, have the biggest shield they can carry, and typically carry heavy armor. Their job as a shield bro is just kind of hold that line, as tightly as they can so that the people designated for killing can get in and ruin people's days. All in all, it's a pretty thankless job. Try to get my Arbalist out of Pain's way. Spend his free switcheroony reloading. Thankfully, the good thing about Wartegangers is that, ooh, that's a head chop. Nice meaty head chop. Is that they all kind of just suck at combat. What makes them scary is the fact that you have to kill them like a million times before they stay dead. Also, they can morale break you depending on how they spawn. That's a miss. But yeah, shield bros are absolutely just spear, shield, hold that line. And if they're not killing every round, don't feel bad about it. The nice thing about a spear wall as well is that if you have the spear wall ability up, they can bounce people multiple times, and spears are inherently accurate, so it's quite likely they'll actually manage to land those bounces. So it could just turn into this damage spiral that you keep getting. Oh, I'm exhausted for once. That's rare. Ooh, that could have been actually kind of nasty. There we go. Everyone's dead. Now we can go back and get our pay. Anyway, the first level for the lad is a weapon skill level, which is absolutely important for him. And then we'll go health and endurance. He honestly doesn't need too much endurance. But the fact that he can battle forge and have a halberd makes him genuinely terrifying. Hey, Baelink, gain 12 melee skill and 25 damage armor damage when using a pitchfork, wooden pitchfork, hoe, scythe, or wooden flail. 25% goes to the other polearms. So you know if you want to invest in... Wait, days? He has the Bard... What's the Bard group? So Bard gives days, Entice. What's the last one? Revolt. War Chant. Learn powerful rhythms that drive your allies on. Unlock the Drums of War skill that restores 4 fatigue to every ally within 3 tiles. Can only be used with a drum or a lute. You know, in case I wanted to be a musician today. But now we're going to turn this guy into a meaty piece of work. 25% HP? Sure, I'll just casually have 97 health at level 2. Because that's okay for a farmer. Yeah, we'll give him Backstabber. Feynman's the actual first level 5 who's made it. Surprisingly. We'll give him Crossbow Mastery. Because having a weapon mastery skill is very good. I also wonder if I'm going to get the Farmer event, because there is a Farmer event where he can gain some weapon skill, which would be very nice for him. Anyway, now we have no longer any terrified villagers, nor do we have meat. Uh-oh. Okay. Should a battle or two go against us, we may find ourselves out of pocket and short of equipment. The company will therefore build a reserve of 10,000 crowns. Yeah, that's fucking happening. Well, no matter what, we have to eat whatever they have for us, so... At least the food's a little more moderately priced. But everything here is still garbage in terms of pricing, so... Not interested in fighting monstrosities, because those kick our ass. So we're gonna head to the north and hope there's a town nearby, at least. You find a kid wearing a rather opulent chain around his neck. It's so heavy his head is bent forward, the minor struggle doesn't wipe the mile-wide grin off his face. Absalom pushes the kid down and takes the necklace. Where'd you get this? The kid cries out trying to grab his treasure back, but he's about 3 feet and a good jump too short. Hey, that's mine! Give it back! Another kid comes flashing a ring so large it's pinching 2 fingers at once. Alright, that's enough. The company fans out, eventually finds a dead merchant in some tall grass beside the tree line. His face is purpled and jagged with broken bones. It appears that he's been stoned to death. A group of about 40 or 50 youngsters appear from the tree line, each juggling a stone in hand. Their leader, a little runt with red hair and sleeves of tattoos, asks what you want. You tell him that you'll be taking the merchant's goods. The leader laughs. Oi, is that so? I'll give you 10 seconds to rethink that choice. Oi, I will, mister. We're taking the goods. Despite the miniature military force arrayed before you, the goods are ordered to be taken. The little tyke in charge of this operation screams a war cry more dying cat than diving hawk. Take them down! Through! 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 On his command, the mob of children start hurling stones from the tree line. The sellswords band together, holding up shields in a formation akin to a tortoise, and slowly move forward. It's a strange effort, like a shell game artist slicing his cup over the ball, but the company manages to grab the merchant's goods and sidle out of the way. Out of the field, all while being pelted from every which way. The little leader kid shakes his fist at you. You give him the finger and start back on the path where you take a good look at the merchant's goods. Absalom stares at the rewards while rubbing a welt on his forehead.
God damn, man, I've seen armies not nearly so fierce. I weep for the future men who have to cross swords with those lads and lasses. The little bastards really gave it to us. But that's a day of pay, essentially.
Tools are a bit more reasonably priced here. As long as you can pay the men the next day, that's all you need to be concerned about. Three Skulls Brigands. That could be an interesting conundrum. Yeah, I figured that'd be completely trashed. It's enough padding for now. We'll likely get him in the dark, and the dark will be to our benefit, so let's go take him on. Never mind, I guess we're fighting him in the day. And they're gonna look nasty by the looks of it. Hunting them in the snow. Puppy gets clipped. Puppy dies. Thankfully, Absalon, even though he's got a grazed eye socket, is not affected by his wound whatsoever. And Fremlin just outright snipes a dude. We'll take it. Thankfully, I have plenty of pikes, so I can hit over the shoulders of my allies. And swords are very good at cutting flesh. They're pulling back. I'm noticing that with this update, it's taking away essentially my action bar to a degree.
It's not completely broke, but I definitely note some weirdness in there. He's not doing anything relevant for the rest of the combat right now. Meanwhile, we're just kind of squeezing in there. Please do not break my shield. Thankfully, the snow has betrayed them. Yikes, damn near cut his head off with that sword. The man thinks he can run. He cannot. The poor bastard doesn't realize it, but I can run faster than he can in the snow. This is not a good day for him. Give him credit. He's trying to fight me in melee. That's not good for his long-term health. But at least he didn't die tired. For 3 crowns, for 3 skulls, that was not terribly difficult. Well, Farmer isn't going to get his event, which kind of sucks, but whatever. We'll go weapon skill and then some range defense. And honestly, we're going to give him Pathfinder. Just being able to trudge through any background and then just stab. Well, actually, does he have Calm or Berserk? He does not look to have either. That's really shit. It means he has no means of increasing his action economy. Bertolf has made it to level 5, which means he... Swig swoogity, he's going for spear booty. Either case, that's cash money. I need to get to level 5 as soon as possible so I can actually start the recruiting spree. Yallisborg. So you know what? I'll stay in town for the evening. Take some time to actually rest for once. And in here we have a deserter. Female wildman, or in this case, wild woman. We got ourselves an archer lad. Honestly, what is your... Nah, I'm not gonna disappoint myself.
Either he's gonna be good and I'm gonna want him immediately and can't have it, or he sucks and I wasted the money. Better to go looking around for talent when I actually have the money to afford it. Tools. The roots and berries here are overpriced, but not terribly so, and I'll take some fresh fruit. I guess once again we are pushed to the cold north. You know, one of these days I'd like to start in the north so that we're pushed to the south. Gerstal has a vagabond. Go to a graveyard, secure an area. We can do that. Also, it's been a quiet chat today. Alright. Ilbert the Elder was right. There have been grave robbers here. You spot a number of tombs turned over and their graves dug up. The mud trails lead you to the diggers clambering around some new work. Don't mean to stop you boys, but Ilbert the Elder is paying pretty well to make sure these people stay in the ground. To arms. Now, there ain't anything wrong with it being a slow day, I'm just noting it. It's kind of funny. Mr. Caravan Guard unfortunately took one to the head pretty bad. As it turns out, rocks to someone's head hurts. Right, he's a Pathfinder now. Firing into the crowd unfortunately didn't do anything. Get that kill count rolling. Super dead. Flag in the pole. Flag guts. Flag in the guts is not a good thing for anyone. That hurt. Nestle in there. And they all just flip shit at the same time. Okay.
Looks like the bandits are cowards again. That is the one nice thing about these guys. These guys morale break like crazy. I mean, they don't want to die. That's silly and stupid and, you know, very human. Unfortunately, I'm also only human. So don't put the blame on me. Good place for weapons, not so much finding recruits. But they got grains here, and lots of fruits and berries. That'll keep the larders full for a while. While on the march, you find a drunken nobleman loitering side to side on the path. Mossy is the name of his hair, leaves and grass, and what looks to be bird shit swept up in it like someone stirred ingredients to a prank. But his blows sway with the finest of silks, and his fingers glisten with jewelry. He has a bottle in each hand, and he swings them around as he sings gibberish pub songs. He is in all regards the greatest magnet for a mugging you've ever seen. Absalom purses his lips and looks like a wolf staring at a fat sheep. I'm not saying nothing, sir. I'm just seeing it. That's a lot of juice. That's a lot of juice limping down the road, but again, I ain't saying anything. You know what the sellsword's talking about. Now, I know that you actually have to confirm this, so I'm going to just do the funnier option for now. We'll rob him. Oh! You walk up to the man and help him sit down. He grins at one of his bottles, clanks off the path, and rolls away. Thank you, cup, sir. Just no, well, yeah. Nodding, you hold out his hand and spit on his fingers, then roll up the jewelry off and pocket them. He merely watches you as though you were a physician tending to a Malay. The rest of your mercenaries strip him down and throw a goatskin tarp over him, then leave him there. As you walk away, he asks if you know about the drink. No, not saying the way the secrets, but sirs, the drinks are good. Yes, are they ever. Unfortunately, as you rejoin the company, Wilrick reports a kid saw everything and scampered off. You ask the mercenary why he didn't chase him down. The bemused sellsword looks at you shrewdly. I'm not the scampering sort, sir. Rest easy, stranger. So who's Frankenmouth? Oh! The guys we hated anyway. Okay, now that becomes justified. So what is he doing on the ass end of the other side of the world, drunk? Anyway, we can take 5 more men into our employ. And thus our battle lines truly begin. Absolutely, because 90% of the time, it's actually a bunch of thieves who are just, you know, posing. And they're like, okay, we know what you are, you know what we are, how about we just go our separate ways and call it a day? This is the one rare time where the guy was actually noble and he was drunk off his ass, despite belonging to a family, again, on the other side of the world. Wow, these are really cheap warhounds. Like, absurdly cheap dogs. What the hell?
Gerstal, then Einstead. 270 to advance, 53 for each head we bring back, and 25. Gerstal and Einstead. Well, we're going to have to actively go hunting for the enemy since we're fighting up here, but on the other hand, this is not a bad way to get us into some good money again. I mean, yeah, we're sitting on a nice pile of crowns, but that ain't going to last, especially when I go recruiting and getting the rest of our men.
So where are the enemies?
To be fair, they're pretty isolated in the ass end of the world, but... if I can't find any targets by tomorrow, I'm gonna just turn it in. Company of Cell Swords, no manners, high or lowborn. Wow, okay. Thankfully, you can mostly ignore that event because the player character doesn't leave. So, oh no, I got a little disgruntled. A farmer got to take some of the bigger parts of a meat. Dumb. Ooh, that's not good. Plus, he doesn't even have the shooting skills we need, but I did see a lad who wanted to be a lumberjack before I crashed this. But apparently this village is known for everyone being stupid. That is two different dumb people. I'm in a hick village. Orc Marauders. No, that's not worth the money. Well, this kind of sucks. Not a single fight to be had. Apparently no one around for miles. Well, shit. That was a big loss. You return the Duke Berthold on Valkyrie empty-handed. He sizes you up, notably eyeing your lack of scalps. Really? No trouble at all? You don't move. The man purses his lips and shrugs. Ah, hell, well. He looks at you and almost gags on a chuckle. Interesting, I guess. A 6-on-6 is easy, dude. If you even out the knot chairs, that's a blessing. It's when the knot chairs have you, 2-to-1, or even 3-to-1, that you should start panicking. Okay, that guy is an actual full-on guard and should be, you know, addressed properly for his concerns. The power of the spear wall blunted their advance entirely. And with Spear Mastery, your spear wall doesn't get stopped simply because someone jumped in the way and managed to bypass it, because that eventually will happen. You're gonna get unlucky. With Spear Mastery, it ain't a problem. Ooh, that guy actually has a cleaver. We should be careful. Irony that the caravan hand that we hired is now helping us, you know, rob a caravan. A very sad irony, to say the least, but irony is irony wherever we can find it. Run down the donkeys. There can only be death for the donkey. Wow, he's actually coming back. Give the lad credit, he's coming back. Now, I'm not going to say it was a smart idea, but he stood with his caravan. Salt. A lot of trade goods. And even a good hand axe. Nice. Level 4. And his melee up skill was shit. His defensive stats were not bad, though. How do they keep overrunning your line? And this is a actual question, not a, haha, why you bad. This is a, okay, let's try and figure out the problem. Notchairs are known for running straight at you at the cost of even their own lives. A spear wall will immediately blunt their advance. Oh, so I guess they changed some of the more weird perks, like Organized will give him more fatigue. We're gonna go for Steadfast, though. He'll get more mileage out of that. Otherwise, try softening them up with your archers, but don't kill them. Wait until they get close, then kill them. Oh, whoops, I let that pass.
So first things first, frontline spears. Get them some spears until they hit about weapon level 70.
Even 60 could benefit from the spears. Second step, trying to think would be the most important. Spear wall, absolutely necessary against notchers. Alright, so that's a pretty good lineup. Now, don't be afraid to shift your line to cover where the enemy is going to be focusing most. Sort of like a bubble. And don't be afraid to not double shooting around. Take full advantage of the fact that they have to reposition to get to your troops. If they are getting too close for comfort, the next best step that I can offer, or when they basically close the line, you will need to engage them manually rather than letting them choose the engagement lines. If they are allowed to choose the battle lines, you are in for a much rougher time. You can zone of control every hex around you, so if they're doing some weird arcing shit to try and get to your rangers, then exploit that and make it so that your shield bros are absolutely just swamping them. Or not swamping them, but just holding down all of their forces. Well, shit, his spear just broke. That's rare. Punch! But yeah, no, notchers, you absolutely want to try and shoot them as they're coming in, so that they're incredibly weak for the front line to be able to take out. Fuck it, he'll take an axe for the time being. A 6v6 with notchers should be absolutely winnable in your favor. Especially if they don't have any, I would call, Elite 2 or Elite 3 variants. And what I mean by that is enemies that have the notcher's first bite and the second bite it has to eat. Alright, so I need to find where a trade town is. Hageland is one. Tiefenmark is another. Newsland would be another good pick. Alternatively, I could just try and double tail it back to Brinkwaffle, but that's not a... Yeah, my best bet's probably heading down south. I'm gonna guess people ain't in a buying mood. I'm not going to do a Hexen quest because Hexen will fuck you up. And I can't do Barbarian King because I don't have the right troops for that yet. Meanwhile, if you've got a big two-handed axe boy, this is typically where he likes operating. I'm not gonna go do that quest with the green skins because I'll just die. The salt is starting to be worth something, but it ain't enough yet. Keyword is yet. They're well supplied, but they're gonna rip me off. Also, why can't I find a single individual who's willing to give us the people that we want?
Do I want this apothecary?
Good traits, not so great at everything else. I don't need a high initiative guy. Go kill some people in cemetery, okay? Cool. Also, I have a lot of Scaramaxes. And sometimes, I'm gonna flat out say it, RNGesus be a bitch. But there are ways to make things consistent despite getting the dice against you. The knot chairs are a positioning fight. Get some crowns out of that. Because the knot chairs aren't terribly good at the whole combat thing either. Yeah, they're okay, but they typically dogpile. Alright, level 4 Farmer Boy. Honestly, Brawny, he doesn't benefit much from it right now. But once we get him some heavy weapons, he will absolutely benefit. Give him a Militia Glaive before we enter combat. Weapon skill. Health. Honestly, fucking meme it. Nah, I can get a better fatigue level later, but Resolve is something actually kind of rare-ish.
Still, Farmer Boy's not doing terrible for his weapon skill. He's not great, but as a pikeman, thankfully, he doesn't need much. Or at least as long as he's using the stabbing weapons.
How many undead are there? That's a lot of Zambos. Okay. The world is sick, and there's only one cure. Obnoxious amounts of spear wall. Obnoxious amounts of spear wall. Ooh, that was even a head cut. Nice. before people are wondering how the fuck I'm doing this, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. Yeah, you think I'm gonna miss? Maybe once in a while, but I'm spear mastered, so, these guys can keep trying. '91 on a 95. Finally, one gets into close combat. They'll keep trying. Finally, a side crumbles. Unfortunately, most of the undead lie dead at my feet. Yeah, at this point we do need to close rank to just start taking them out. And yeah, this is pretty clean sweep at this point. Good shit. Our spear wallers won us that fucking day. Absolute shit. Oh no. Okay, cool. That did not just clip his ability to move. Look, I just want to get paid. Why is there 2 of their patrols just milling down the road? To be fair, there's only 5 of them. Now, to be fair, he's also in fucking full plate. I don't think there's anyone who could realistically take him on, though the thought is intriguing. If I had my own heavy weapons ready, I might be able to take him, but I don't. Reinhardt the Younger is grinning slyly as you return. Nasty beast, wasn't it? I've already heard the news. It travels fast in these parts. Shame we had to do it this way, but who else knows what you might have charged otherwise for finding these things? Hey, you're still getting paid. He gestures to a wooden chest in the corner. 580 crowns are in there as we agreed upon. Now that is money. Money, 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 money. And where the money is, means more people that we can recruit. Alright, you get your shield replaced. You also get your sword replaced. As we retreat up north because that company is still after us. Ooh, Beast Hunter. Kinda sucks, though. There is, however, a female. Let's see. However, this one sucks. So we are gonna move along. Yeah, insecure. And no... Yep, no, that does not line up with any interests. We are not gonna go fight Unhold, especially when we got the Inquisition on our ass. Krakendorf. Ah, yes, the stupid racehorse. Nope, we're not doing it. There is a fishmonger here. There's paints here, but they're absurdly expensive. Everything here is absurdly expensive. So back to the north we go. And they still have not done anything. Damn it.
Alright, what's the job?
Caravanning work to Ellisted. You know what? Hell with it. Something simple while our boy heals is good enough for me. Really? The barbarians didn't attack us?
Reaching Ellisted, the caravan leader turns to you, a large satchel in hand. Thanks for getting us here, Sellsword. You take it and hand it over to Winrick for counting. He nods when he's finished. The caravan leader smiles. Also, thanks for not betraying us and, slaughtering us to a man and all that.
Mercenaries get thanked in the strangest of ways. Alright. Go do deliveries. Not the kind of work we're looking for, but we could potentially find manpower. Start breaking down some of these spears.
While walking the streets of Eidstead, you come upon a crowd standing around a hanged man. He must have been of some notoriety. The folks are muscling one another trying to get a turn to cut a toe or finger off of some sort of hanging heirloom. An old man is quickly elbowed out of the mob. He turns to you, voice raspy, his bony fingers tinted like sickly ribs. Ah, Sellsword, are ye? Of course, I can smell your business, the purchases ye made. Say, would you do a bit of work for me? I need a number of that dead man's finger and toes. It's for my work, ye shall see. I'll give you 500 crowns in return for it. You ask why he needs that particular man's appendages. The crooning shoulder-cowed man laughs and heckles if there ever was one. Aye, good question. The man earned his walk to the hangman's noose with a penchant for violence and an unerring strength to see his desires through. The toes and fingers of a simpleton won't do. I need a man of unchinched cruelty. And the only one I see right now is swinging by that there robe. So what do you say? 500 crowns, remember?
Alright, I'll go and find him.
You agree to the creepy old man's task and start going through the crowd, keeping a careful eye for toes and fingers being where they shouldn't be, or lumpy pockets freshly and redly wet. It doesn't take long. A woman prances down the road, in front of her frock, bubbling rather curiously whatever she's got in her pocket. You pull her into an alleyway, drawing a dagger to keep her quiet. A finger and a toe are found. As you go to take them, a man suddenly tackles you from behind. Crowns from your purse and appendages go skittering across the cobblestones. A child takes one, a rat another, where either runs off to is quickly obscured by a frenzy of peasants going after your coins. The man who attacked you loads up a punch. Some bitch you want or you gotta pay! You cross your arms, block the strike, and twist your body to put him on the ground. He's about to say something else, but you momentarily replace his teeth with your knuckles and he goes quiet. Unfortunately, you won't be able to finish what you started and you've lost a few coins in the process. Damn it!
I'll pay for him to get on the road quicker. Hallsberg is another potentially good place to find some work.
No, I'm not fighting greenskins at that price. That's dead.
That's super dead. Anyway, let's check you out. Iron Lungs and Athletic. Hunters start off pretty good as is, so you know... You want Scion? good health, but shit. And Hasso has a good mace, okay melee skill, and okay hit points, but that resolve. That fucking resolve. Well, I think we just found the actual Bannerman. Goodbye, money. Why does he have the minor perk group? Well, whatever. We'll go with student. Hasso is going to be very interesting to see if he survives or not. I prefer someone else on the shield wall. Hey there, moi. And absolutely, squires are awesome for that, especially one who has 3 fucking dots. He just has to make it, which is the main problem. Also, I just kind of bankrupted myself. So now I definitely need to find some work and quickly. That's a Hexen. And Hexen are very good at just ruining everything. Our best bet is probably to get to Bolzaberry quickly. Anywho, welcome to the channel, moi. How's it going? Alright, Bolzaberry. Okay, hunting Alps. Brimcon, how is it going? Would you care to sign out this form so I may use your likeness? You find Edelhard of Bolzaberry listening to a peasant tell a tale, but upon seeing you, the man suggests the layman tell it to you instead. He explains that he and many other families have been suffering horrible dreams lately. Not only this, but the pets have gone missing, and the children have reported being stolen away and having to walk back to their homes in the dead of night. Albert of Bolzaberry nods. The whole town is on pins and needles about this sellsword. I've heard tales of night stalkers, ghoulish cretins that feast upon one's dreams, but I'm sure it's just some damn kids up to no good. Either way, a purse has been collected, and I'm prepared to dole it out for more proper protection. Are you interested? That'll put us back on the black right now. We just have to get this right. Also, that's some cheap weaponry. If we can actually start putting away some money, that's, this is where we're gonna go get our equipment. Alright, that'll do. Good old Wavy. Those are acceptable. In fact, I just got a sniper archetype, so we'll go with Wavy the Hunter. camp. We will put Wavy on hunting duty. Actually, back to camp. Put everyone who's not on hunting duty into training duties. As you pass the time, an old man comes down the path. Without any prompting, he states that if it's the pale men you seek, then it'd be best if you wait till night. Absalon asks what he means by pale men. The old man laughs. Truthfully, they are neither pale nor men, but I don't know what else to put them in this world. My elders called them night stalkers, monsters that feed ill notions and visions in your head and then feed in the fear which crops. But you're a sturdy lot, you'll do well. He thumbs his nose and wishes you good luck. Stay awake, people. You find a boy and a girl looking up at a tree. The girl throws up her hands. Alright, stay up there till you die. See if I care. The boy, spotting you, asks if you could help them get their cat out of the tree. Looking up, you do see a feline flopped over a branch, basking in the sun. Wavy, try to knock it down with an arrow. Wavy readies, knocking an arrow and taking aim. The cat purrs as it stares down at the line of the shot, rather sublime in its suicidal stance. Closing one eye, the archer lets the arrow fly. There isn't much mewling as to be had. The cat tumbles down the tree like a game of devil sticks and lands on the ground with an arrow shaft halfway out of its head. The girl crouches down and stares at the slinky bit of brain wobbling off the arrow tip. She looks at you as though as if it were you who fired the shot. That was my friend. You tell her you're sorry and that she'll find more friends. As for the boy, he pockets the bit of brain and slings the cat carcass over his shoulder. He bleakly states, "At least we got something to eat now." Rest in peace, kitty. Hey, and it was a misfire. Not everything's a banger. I think it's percentage chance shot. And unfortunately, starting cat, not starting cat, I think your starting shooting is like at 60. So it's not the most likely shot in the world. It's not impossible, but it's not the best. Actually, where's Hasso? Hasso trains with me. If you succeed in either case, they still take the cat, but they're still gonna eat it. A pale shade stakes the rim of the company's patrol. It crouches in the tall grass and stares at your company. Finally, you walk forward and hold your arms out and close your eyes. Immediately, Bertolf calls back. "Sir, get back, sir! Oh, by the gods, there are more!" You open your eyes and nod. Finally, they've come. Okay, you nailed the 36% shot. That's okay. We're off to an extremely strong start putting the pound town on these fucking Alps. No, what's awkward about Alps is that they teleport around when you hit them. But we're doing okay right now, and that was an especially deadly hit. We'll retreat back Hasso. The thing about Alps is that how you kill an Alp is perseverance. The best men for the task are going to be the ones who have the highest natural HP. That's a hit from Wavy. Not so much good of a hit there. That's one dead. Now, I will fully admit our battle line is a bit overextended right now. Hasso needs to get the fuck out of Dodge because Hasso is kind of looking at the bad end of... He's looking at the business end of dead right now. Not a hit, unfortunately. Good shot for effect. They're going to try to start running at this point. Or not. They're going to fight this out. Interesting. Yeah, pinning them down in melee combat is a little obnoxious and difficult because when they teleport, they ignore zones of control. Welcome back, Carrier. There's the last of the demons. Now, the hilarious thing about their teleporting ability is if you hit them, they teleport closer to you. So you can absolutely exploit their teleporting ability. And we're going to run them down because we're not going to let no goddamn ghosts run away. However, Wavy is now out of ammo. Wake up our boy. Unfortunately, no. So Hasso walks off barely surviving. But we have enough ingredients right here to make a necklace. So, good start. The Alps lay in the grass, and though you see them hurt, their flesh seems have healed over, and they seem more slain by your resilience than any weapon. You take your sword and saw a head off, only to find the blade slithers right through the skin and the neck hole puckers closed. You stab the body a few times, twisting the blade to rend the flesh unmendable. Sinew slithers briefly before coming to rest in the wound's hole. Not sure what to make of that, you shovel the head into a bag and tell the men to make ready to return to Ibard of Bolzaberry.
Eibhard of Bolzaberry asks what to see the elf's remains. You take it out of the bag. The flesh is deflated, and you hold the head more like a scalp than a skull. The townsman touches it with his finger, and the elf skin twists away like snake skin. He asks if they fought well. You shrug. Hardy creatures to be certain, but I won't lose sleep over them. The man nods reluctantly. Right, well, here's your reward as promised, and throw that awful thing away. A successful hunt. You wager the men have earned themselves a good rest and take a break in Bolzaby. The men spend their nap in slumbers so deep they might as well be dead. Awaking, the men stretch and yawn. Not one of them has a dream or nightmare to speak of. A snooze but a brief touch of oblivion, and a much-needed one at that.
And yeah, Hyde just ruins their aggro table. It's great. So, yeah, no, he's on death's door, so...
He's gonna be napping for the next fight.
Also, I didn't realize Renwick is a survivor. Anyway, we have some money in the bank again, which is a good emergency stipend, but that's not enough to keep us going. That's interesting that they do that. Let's see. A lot of good people here, but no one lines up properly. We have convoy work and cargo work. Osterstand it is. Yeah, no kidding then, okay. That can be quite abusable, but again, it's only for solo people, so if you're going solo, you're already kind of bold stancing. There we go. I need you to go here. He trails the finger to another location, and then to here, one long patrol. You kill anything that thinks it owns the road and doesn't carry the Steinwall name. Do be sure to take their heads, though. I'm not paying you to take a vacation. I'll be paying you for each trophy you bring me on your return within 7 days. 72 per head, 25 heads, and 360 in advance. Cool. Just north of here, there are barbarians. So I'm going to take the patrol job and then just go punk on some barbarians. And yeah, no, I get you. They're triggered to run for a set period of time and then they rally, or they potentially rally. There we are. And there's a plethora, too. Beautiful. Yeah, this is roughly the right formation. Time to engage. Oh god, we're in heavy swamp. actually don't know what a spiked impaler is to begin with, so... This is not good. I don't want to fight the fucking barbarians in the swamp. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Especially when that shit happens. Who's the one throwing? Think that's you. Fucking war dog. Well, I did not realize you were there. This is quickly turning into a disaster situation that we have to get out of as quickly as possible. Or fight through as hard as we can. Motherfucker. His Achilles tendon is cut. You know what? Fuck it, I'll scum this. I got completely shat on. Entire company in the swamp. Actually, funny fact, the early we've been able to deal with barbarians pretty cleanly for a while now. Oh, god damn it. The problem is that I'm just entirely in the swamp with a shit ton of barbarians who absolutely have the range capabilities to fuck my day over. Because the 16 barbarians aren't the problem. It's the fact I got spawned in a total swamp that's the problem. Because honestly, when it comes to high-level threats here, it's not the fucking barbarians. Yeah, they hurt, but they're honestly not all that bad. Now I need to get into the thick of battle to make sure that they're tied down in melee. They need a rest. He's probably dead as shit, though, honestly. Through his friend. Fucking yikes. Alright. Have to scoot in there. Stunned, so I actually can't make a rally check, so he's probably dead. Wow, he actually managed to get out of that. Now, if I wasn't completely T-bone screwed out of that, I'd actually respect the guy for it. Was that strike down or killed? Alright, killed means we have to restart. Because that avatar. Look, I'm used to fighting these guys in the snow. And in the snow, we do perfectly fine. Apparently, I ran into the fucking swamp barbarians. But yes, feel free to declare run invalid because of me scumming at least 2 fights to death. I don't really have a place for him. Oh, he's still in shipwreck. Fuck. Wow, 2 shots from the sniper actually did quite nicely. Fuck off, barbarian throwers. I will say it's pretty oof-inducing, though, that they got the majority of their characters to have throwing weapons. High majority adrenaline rushers. Deep face cut. Oof. Also, so many people going fucking adrenalino mode. Okay, so when you're fighting barbarians in the swamp, they do not fuck around. The lesson is now very made clear to me. Especially if they get 80 throwing weapons. Because holy crap. Those swamp penalties are no frickin' joke. Out of ammo. Well, shit. And meanwhile, he's been in perma-stun. there goes the farmer. My own guy did not rally. And refused to rally. So this is a disaster. So swamps, barbarian in the swamps, never again. Nah, I'm gonna get fucking gibbed here, and that's a GG. So I was just trying to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I have legitimately never had trouble with barbarians until the swamps. Why are the barbarians better in the swamps than they are in the snow? Okay. I can tell you why, because there's a crap ton of swamp tiles everywhere. And they don't have Pathfinder. So the snow, which has no active penalties on you, screws you over, while the swamps screw both equally one over, but they've got throwing weapons and you don't. Or at least not on average. Yike-a-roonies. So if I'm going to indulge in more swamp fighting in the future, I absolutely need more ranged characters, because that was abysmal on my part. Oh wow, the mercenary company just got destroyed. Please do not break his shield. Those are expensive. Oh, oops. That was not the smartest direction for you to take, buddy. This is looking like a total slaughter for the enemy. Run him down, run him down. And that is a full round kill. That's an interesting color for a tunic, but, you know, we'll roll with it. That's at least 12 heads to start with, and that will let us get Wavy to level 3. Improved shooting skill, that HP level is fantastic. And this is rarely going to come up, but it might save Wavy's life in the future, so +3 melee defense. We're going to go with Bullseye. We are on 11. The 10th ended when I decided I scummed it too much, and said no. Clarity. And then Freeman will be shooting. Health. We are on the 11th, officially. And, well, congratulations. Here are the papers. Hasso, hitting level 2, will get student. We'll start building up his long spree towards being a Master Waller. Difficult choice, but I'm going to go with the fatigue, because that was a max level fatigue roll. Webpage not available? What the fuck? Okay, try this. Favorite enemy goblins. Wait, what the hell? Once an opponent is in a weakened state, it may be easier to choke them out than fight through their armor. Unlock the choke ability, which becomes available with no weapons equipped. Hit chance determined by your target's fatigue. Your target is dazed. Things go up. So you can just suffocate people in an anti-armor move once you've grappled them. What? That's actually kind of awesome. Well, I'm gonna assume Google Forms ate shit or something. Anyway, Berserker. To Krakendorf. I think Ornstead is where we started? Also, lots of fishmongers. No? Then where did we get our quest from? Windfest, probably. So we're gonna head south for a moment to see if we can't find an encampment or something to go bully. Oh shit. We're going hungry. The food stockpiles are empty. Thankfully, we're right next to town, where the fish is overly priced, but whatever. Everything that helps him kill. Two-handed axeman, let me see what the... Give me a sec, I'll do you a favor and... Don't know what the basic perks are. But if I was just roll down the list, I would go Colossus for health or Pathfinder. Well, Colossus or Pathfinder for your tier 1 once you've either chosen to do student or not student. Executioner would absolutely be something he needs. Backstabber is helpful, but he's usually going to be ranging out, so don't worry about it too much. His axe mastery should be a thing. Underdog, so he doesn't get surrounded. Berserk, so he can keep killing. Battleforged, or Nimble, depending on how you armor him. Killing Frenzy, absolutely. Fearsome is also really good, because he's going to guarantee those fear checks. Those are the ones I would immediately say. Yeah, it takes him time to get going. If you're really desperate or absolutely need it early on, fast adaptation can do in a pinch, but I personally say it's a waste of a perk slot. Because eventually he's going to outgrow the need for it. And in original Battle Brothers, you can't just get rid of perks you don't need. Anyway, a Day Tailor. Day Tailors. Axes, hammers, maces, and slings. We have 2 axes to Day Tailors. Tough and lucky. Unfortunately, not what we're looking for. While the other one, Reinhold, is a manlet who eats everything. Hell, I'll take a bit. Okay, Baker Lady. And Sabin is fearless. What do bakers prefer? Cleavers, maces, flails, and slings. You know what? I want cooking early, so yeah, I'll take a baker. Jeez, when it comes to fatigue, she is not hurting. Yeah, the guy who's the sergeant absolutely wants as much resolve as he can get, so Fortified Mind is a must. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, no, I want her as a cook, and I want her to get peaceful as soon as possible. Because that gets you EXP as far as I'm aware of. Yeah, no, she's here to be a cook. She unintentionally is really good at killing. Not killing things, but defending the line. So, yeah, we absolutely want that. Kind of wish I could get more heads, but I'm just in a rough neck of the woods. Oh, hi, barbarians. All just thralls. Walking down the road. Yeah, I'm gonna kick their ass this time. I'm not stuck in the swamp. This is a really staggered and bad battle line, but eh. And that's why, because I was kind of waiting for them to try and long flank me. Pull out the knife. No luck. I see you've made the classic blunder. You have to get the permanent injury before you can heal it. Ah, yuck, 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 yuck. Just tie them all down in melee, and tie you down in melee. She can then flank and try to get some kills. You got a chance to hit, it's always valid. Hold your shield up and try not to die. There we go. He's hurting, but he ain't gonna die today. Because his backup has finally arrived. If you walk off a battlefield in Battle Brothers, you're good to go. Oh, whoops. That could have hit, though, which is a little worrying. Having a mob pit of 4 on him was a very dangerous play, but it thankfully paid off. And with the goodies, I might be able to make a little bit of cash. Either case, I've basically got all the heads I need, so I'm walking back at this point. That's not as much money as I thought that was gonna be. The caravan hand has made it to level 5, and we are going to give him a sword. Mastery. Don't feel like you have to chase every contract every day. It's good if you can do that, but don't feel like you have to. You can't just take a day or two to just rest. If you can afford it, sub in some men who are currently just kind of sitting around not doing anything of particular interest. Let's see, Robert the Thaumaturge. Flagellants are always funny, but they whip themselves too much. And that is... no unholds, please. Huh. Go stab a village. It's that village, and I'm gonna die if I do that, so no! Let's go to Windfest. Go hunt otherworldly creatures, which is a big fat no. Let us go to... let's go to Egernsand. He wants us to go deliver this to Mon Camp. Sure, I'm heading that way anyway. Having a peddler in the crew may not be terrible, but... oh, I just realized I'm low on food, and I'm low on tools. And they're low on supply as well. They then want us to go slap some brigands. Oh well, can I get any food before that's done? Let's hope. I got a thing of fresh fruit. That will probably help considering that we didn't have any food to begin with. And meanwhile, in Swamp Town, there's only zealots and cultists. The meat is reasonably cheap, though, so I'm taking that. Cooking spices are good. The mushrooms are okay, too. Well, that's good. We just found a bunch of meat in the swamp. Oh, hey, Brigand's just wandering down the road. His gear is torn to shreds. We're going to take some backup gear for the time being. And hope for some new gear. And just, random miners along the way. That is a lot of bowmen. One and two. That's not doing anything. Yeah, that miner, if he starts getting any hits in, he's going to break our armor far worse than the tools could ever repair, so we're going to need to deal with that. Also, yeesh, 95 miss. That's, painful. Eat shit, poacher. Ah, yes. The guy who's going to survive is the coward way in the back who's letting all of his buddies take the hits. Thankfully, this worked out extraordinarily well. Not a single friendly hit on us. There's even tools in the mix. So now we'll give her student. Actually, hold it. No, she's probably just going to be an obnoxious shield wall. So we'll take Resolve, Weapon Skill, and some health. He's gonna need it. Give him Fortified Mind. Winrick will take Polar Mastery. That was a shit melee level for him, unfortunately. But he'll take some range defense instead. He's learning how to not get shot by arrows, a very valuable talent in the right ways. Alright, Alright, our tools have been used. There's gonna be some raiders in this mix, which gives us some access to chain, but still very dangerous. His armor's mostly fixed. One veteran, one rookie on each side is probably the best way to go about it. Alright, in we go. We'll wait for boys to get closer. All right. Bagged him. Magic is First, to really be able to use magic, you need a Vala or play the Sisterhood. And even then, it's not extreme. It's like chance and whatnot. Most of the magic comes in when you're either fighting against it or you're using runes. And runes are very nice. I will fully admit that one. I, the Galaxy Brain, forgot to give my Archer a spare reload. I actually have tried some Necromancer, come to think of it, and Necromancer's okay. His start's RNG, I mean, that's Battle Brothers, but he kind of needs corpses to do what he wants to do well. And corpses aren't exactly forthcoming. You kind of need setup to get that going. But being able to make summons is kind of a cool concept, though, I will fully admit. Other than that, I have not experimented too much with magic. It's not the absolute die-hard, you know, if you use it as the game-breaking changer, but it does add some interesting concepts to the game. You're certainly not going to be Gandalf. Seer kind of relies on... I imagine she's the solo that relies on people the most, which is kind of funny. Ah, yes, I'm solo. That's why I need my constant retinue. Though she does have arguably one of the most ridiculously OP gifts for her entire companionship. She gives everyone student. Well, he's dead. Is he brained? He is not brained. He might still be alive, but it says slain, so I'm pretty sure he's just dead. We hardly knew ye, militia man. The main spell I'm aware of for solos is things like Dazzle and whatnot, and Dazzle actually is quite effective in the right circumstances. I mean, everything's effective in the right circumstances, but Dazzle can be just thrown to just raw stun somebody, and they can't do a lot about it. Though supposedly bards also have access to that. I just know that's reliably on mages, well, mage-type characters. Anyway, I'll let these other two retreat because I'm not catching up. Nah, he's just dead. Oof. Sometimes you just eat shit. A tragic death, but not one that's blamed. Anyway, we will now get camp cooking, because I want her to be our master chef. Fighting is a brutal, thuggish pastime. Most people prefer a life without frequent bouts of ultra-violence. You see, that's lies and heresy. Not wanting ultra-violence everywhere. What are you, mad? He also doesn't have Calm or Berserk. That's lame. Also, we got almost none of their chain. We only got access to one of their chains. That's kind of shitty. Exsanguination. Time spent assessing an enemy, finding the arteries will pay off in bloodshed on the field. Grants the active skill Prepare to Bleed that primes your next strike to inflict intense but short-lived bleeding. Excreviation. Long, slow, deep rending scratches can leave many bleeding gashes. Grants the active skill Prepare to Bleed that primes your next strike with weak but long-lasting bleed. Are these mutually exclusive, or what? slaughter. If it bleeds, we can kill it. An existing injury opens up avenues of attack for the final slaughter. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I see cleavers, all of their abilities are, like, at the end now. That's fucking nasty. I'm gonna start prepping him for his Battle Forge, though. And his level was kind of shit. Wavy will get shooting skill, health, and I guess fatigue. He'll be okay, but I've built him to be a spear guy, so he's not really going to be able to take advantage of that. I don't really have a great perk for this tier. I'm gonna guess Crippling Strikes. All right, that's a paycheck. Very pious, very skilled with a bow, asthmatic. That's an immediate disqualification. Those iron lungs, on the other hand, would be awesome, but no. Anyway, the Elf Trophy necklace is now made. And we can stick that on Hasso so that he can get pole arms as quickly as possible. I really need to find a place to start bulking up with men, though. I don't have a terrible lot. And I don't mean just bullshit. I need some real fighters. Yeah, no. Grave robbers are robbing the cemetery. Honestly, I'm just too low on men to really make this work. Prefers fighting lindworms. Jesus Christ. I don't believe I've been to Congus Water, actually. Oh, Congus Water is way up to the north. So we'll go to Wickhaven. Killer on the run. As a child, Gurik's drunken father took a jagged knife to his cock as a form of vicious torture. The man was adrift when you ran across him. Now it just seems like he wants to get away from the world, even though it means joining sellswords. Though his plight is not one you wish upon anyone, he is a rather calm fellow. Well, I mean, you don't need to do much to make it worse. I'll be quite blunt about that. Fragile. Well, yeah, I would imagine he's a eunuch. Most people wouldn't exactly be at their sharpest when they've, you know, had something taken to their necks. Anyway, I'm going to just walk to the other port. Oh. Ah, yes. Sure-footed is a great talent. I guess I'll do a little bit of exploration here. Check out the land. Do they not have means to regenerate it or something? Also, this is where Fishburg is. Okay. Well, there's another Caravaneer, but he's not particularly skilled. Yeesh. So I guess we'll go to Steinhaven then. Or Regenfest. Yeah, I kind of struggle to fight regular limb worms to begin with, honestly, so... I can usually take on one, maybe two, if I have the ammunition for it, but I still haven't gotten down the trick where you're able to just outrange them constantly. I admittedly don't commonly get far enough in these. I usually make it to the first crisis and then I just get fucking trounced on, so I'm still kind of slowly making my way through that. I'll buy your overpriced tools, because I kind of need them. I'll think about you. How the hell did you do that? I am now legitimately curious. Please, fulfill my need for knowledge. Also, that's 6 men, few Arbalest, Billhook, Zweihander, or Footmen. I can't take them on with this crew. All these spears ain't gonna do it. Grave Robbers at 3 dot. That's too good to be true, honestly. Not dying yet. I could probably get into the friendly territory. So wait, hold on. That's 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, there's 4 factions on the board. Really? It could be your direct power level, but I'm assuming by day 500 you've got a decent power level, so it's definitely not that. Because they should happen roughly every 60 to 100 days, depending on how well you're doing. And there's only 3. Well, here's a thing you could consider: backup weapons and you know. Yeah, backup weapons and like fucking picking up the enemy's weapons. Also hammers. Those work out fairly nicely as well. But then again, sounds like you knew what you were doing, so there you go. An archery contest is in. Still being chased by the frickin' Popo, I think, so I gotta keep moving north. You know, one of these days I will explore the south of the map. One of these days. Well, rich veins are nice, which means we actually have access to copper and gems, but it's also monumentally expensive that I don't feel like doing that. The cloak is cheap as hell, though. Gives him some extra resolve. Moving right along. Unholds are around in the area. The wild men are not particularly well skilled. 3-dot giant. And then patrol work. 93 per head, 20 heads most. That works for me, honestly. It gives me a chance to actually try and find some recruits while getting paid for the killing I'm gonna do in between. The Unbroken Third. Nice to see they're not... nice to see a mercenary company that didn't just die. Because there was the Everchosen or something that happened earlier, and yeah, they got wiped out by brigands hard. Hi, 17 brigands. Yeah, you're the majority of my paycheck right here. Really hard to miss a crossbow. Yeah? Cool, thank you. Either case, step forward, stab. Step forward, stab.
Yeah, once I can get this pike line moving up and actually have a good solid pike line, that should help out a lot with our melee capabilities. Nice! Wavy landed on target. Yeah, that target just immediately broke. Well, another target in melee. And that was a miner taking out Hasso's hat. Thankfully, that was a hammer-type weapon he was using. And thus, it didn't do much flesh damage. Not that it isn't still gonna mess him up if it hits, but, you know. Much better place for it. Anyway, she's gonna try running, so I'm gonna make sure to be ready for that. And take shameless advantage of the fact. Oh, that's a tree right there. That sucks. Welp. Open season, boys. Lucky. Wavy got him. They can't outrun everyone. And every hit we claim is, well, more money in the bank. Wow, he's actually gonna fight it out. Out of everyone I could have tapped, the guy I tapped happened to be the guy who still had morale. That's an oopsie daisy, but whatever. Shanked. Such is the fate of, well, cowards, and cravens, and thugs, and murderers. Quite the same, really, to everyone. Hasso is now level 4. Give him Brawny. Not the best level ever, but we'll take it. Do I even have a pike to give him at this point? Because he's basically ready for it.
Also, not 100% sure if this is going to be consensual, but this is as close as we're going to get to the 8 Bannerman. So, Glaive the Silver. Peasants, they don't count for this. I can't just go around slaughtering innocent people. Another hunter with a fear of nobles. Anyway, I'll be right back here real quick.
And I have returned. Ah! Anyway, guy sucks. Moving on. I'll head back to Bullsberry here in a bit. Yeah, militia are kind of the best picks for this kind of stuff. I haven't been getting the best draws for units. He'll do just fine. I mean, the iron lungs alone make him a deadly threat. Huh. He doesn't really have any good tier 1 perks, which sucks. Honestly, his best pick is probably Crippling Strikes, because every hit is going to be a chance practically on the spear wall to be an injury hit, which could set up for some very nice combos. So, moving along. I gotta get my pay if I'm gonna get more men. Once I have one more shield waller, I should be okay. So goddamn, big shields, they eat up all your stamina. Well, Laminar Armor, he just basically came equipped though. Dire Wolves, that can be very painful. The furs are nice, but I'm not risking my company for that. Hello again, carrier. Don't mind us, we're just currently on a manhunt right now. Just looking for anyone who can maintain a shield wall right now. Pickpocket. A drunkard. Good initiative. Not a good pick. Lumberjack boy sucks. In the big town, we've got Wild Woman. Okay. High range skill plus and 3-dot range. That's hilariously meanie as shit. Alright. Just know that if we're using her to throw things. I'm sorry, steady hands for +5 range skill, +3 talent range skill. That primarily puts her as a throwing character. Which is still deadly. Alright then. Your range skill is base 42. Preference for hunting greenskins. And then you've got mace, axe, throwing, spear, polearm, two-handed, and hammer. Light armor perfect. How the hell do you have Calm Mind? Berserk, berserk, berserk. Thing is, I don't see a throwing weapons group. I see unarmed. Well, Thrustmaster is supposed to be the bonus for throwing weapons, because now you're no longer affected by throwing distance with that one. Freedom of movement. Close combat archer. If you can see the white in your enemy's eyes, aim for it. Damage is increased to a percentage equal to your range defense when using a ranged weapon, including throwing weapons, when a target 2 or less tiles away. But that sucks. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. Bear hat. Armor. Honestly, get your defenses up. I'm looking at this level, you don't really need the stamina. Melee skill wouldn't be awful, but I'm thinking the defensive levels are going to be your best bet to start off with. And then, honestly, we're probably going to go with Crippling Strikes instead of Colossus to start off with. Because, we absolutely want to make sure that you're a killing machine. Survival is nice, but I can pick it up later. Plus, we can do things like grab dodge. So yeah, your new task is to survive on the spear wall. Our battle width has extended. Actually, what's your contract? Barbarian King. God no. Fuck that. And trust me, with all the barbarians we fight, I'm pretty sure we're not hurting for throwing weapons. I was about to say, does he have a legitimate sword? And the major upside about throwing is that it's all close range. So, you know, a lot easier to hit all the time. Because you can only start throwing from 3 tiles away. Oh, whoops. Thought it was our pole guy's turn. There we go. By no means honorable, but, gotta get the XP somehow, because here's the thing that sucks about wild men, or wild woman in this case. Negative 15 EXP. Well, on the other hand, they come naturally tough. Like, it usually takes a farmer to get 123 starting stamina. And those guys suck at combat to start with. In either case, next contract is brigand work. You can do quite well with this. You eye a large group of screaming villagers. They're drunkenly carrying a felled tree like a throng of ants would a beetle. There's a blindfolded and shackled man astride the wood. As the crowd draws near, the pungency of alcohol emanates from the mob like miasma from a particularly angry swamp. Epsilon asks the riffraff what they're up to. The bearded stooge swerves forward, barking on a heel and tiptoe at the same time like an unpracticed puppet. Oi, we're off to tar and feather this, someone yells out, fruit philanthropher, fuck, from the crowd. The stooge snaps his finger. Right, this melon mugger is getting, what's coming to him. A melon thief? The steward sways on his feet. There's enough beer foam in his beer to get a wench drunk. He points forward. That's right, Mug the Melon, right? Oh, but not just any ordinary thief. Now, he corked it something fierce. We found the raw sewage of his work all about him when we caught up to this doings. And by raw sewage, I mean his cocktail-mannered spillage. Hardly catching any of that, you ask him to explain, slowly this time. He throws his hands up as though you're an idiot. What's all this talk? You hump a melon and thrust that. Such fornications are, well, that's beyond ordinary appeals to justice. Now, out of our way, stranger. We feathers to collect and then redistribute by bonfire and in tar and in feather and mayhappen a little more tarred if we got some left. The crowd cheers to this. So, should we talk to the Melon Man, or should we show how we tar people around here? Or do we just fuck off? You know, the boring option. That's one for tarring. That's one for who gives a shit. Satori, any opinion on the matter? Well, that sounds like tarring. Fornicating fruit, Absalon tar this fool. Absalon nods. With pleasure. Out of the way, peasantry. Let a real man get some work done here. The sellsword picks up the pitch bucket and hurls it completely over the fruit fornicator. The man screams as the hot liquid sizzle and rather potent odor whisks in the smoky air. You watch Absalom grab a few naked chickens, not their feathers, just the chickens themselves, and start beating the melon mugger with them like an angry frog swinging chain sensors. The tarred man hollers out, partly in pain, partly confused. The crowd, also confused, reluctantly cheers. When he's finished, Absalom drops the chickens, which are a slop of drooping meat and tar at this point. He wipes his forehead. Hell yeah, sir! I don't think he quite gets it, but that works. Yeah, that's what happens when you tar and feather the dude. You just one of your guys beats chickens to death against him. Oh shit. Now I'm inclined to let them go for a little bit. I don't want to engage that willingly. Well, I just found Wadtail. Alright, now we engage at night. And not yet, you still need some, range skill. Shoot one, okay. Looks like their marksmen aren't out to play yet, or they're trying to get into the range, it's just not working out for them. No, that is our target. You'll take the safer path down south, Coda, and work with some of the company veterans on this one.
And Rimmel just got hit in the head, so he's going to have some backup to make sure that he doesn't just die on his first op. It's not profitable to lose expensive men. Okay. So the Pike took particular interest in Coda. Holy shit, what, do they just all want you dead? Because they took a particular interest in you all of a sudden. Yeah, that's called backing off. Peg the miner. You have 5s to hit, and still got a 6 in that. Holy crap, that was close. I'm gonna dive in the melee. Not the smartest thing I've ever done, but sometimes you don't do the smart thing to get the gingerbread. This guy will also back off for the time being to preserve his life. Really? Well, aren't you just a lucky git? Ow! Armor hurts all over. It is hex-based, but, well, not the same, though. Ow! Ow, 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 I could use a hand. My hand's fractured, and my shoulder's injured. I'm gonna be hurting for a while. Let's run down who we can. The more poachers we let live in this world, the worse off it's all for all of us. One left. It's over. We're not gonna run him down. Not at this rate. Dump off the knives, which aren't worth shit. Grab some of these fancy daggers. Drop off the shovel and the hammer, which ain't worth shit. Grab some shields. Right, I was trying to head to a town so I could actually, you know... This fort will do for selling off arms and armor. Oh, go fuck yourself. Oh, actually go fuck yourself. Orcs? Really? Oh, just a giant fucking mosh pit of orcs. Go fuck yourself. With no way to escape and fucking berserkers. Just randomly here. Well, ain't that just some bullshit? So there just happens to magically... No, I've already scummed 2 of my successes, so, you know. But magically fucking orcs. Just out of fucking nowhere. Okay. We're dead, by the way. We are so fucking dead, it's not even funny. Warriors present? Yeah, we're fucking dead. We will never break through like this. So, you know, I'm gonna try to fucking scum a way through this, or otherwise I just wasted 6 hours of everyone's time on a faux crusade. Mother of a fucker. This is actually fucking stupid. Well, GG everyone. Crusade over. 12th Crusade inbound. I can't fight 21 orcs normally. I can't fight 21 orcs that popped out of the fucking woodwork. Nah, that's just a loss. GG. I can't fight that.
We're 2-1 with people who are much better than we are at a point where we're not supposed to be able to take them.
Can I maybe... It's an ambush spawn, so there ain't getting out of that. I'm gonna try one thing. And if it doesn't work, we're fucked. Nah, we lose. GG, everyone. There's no way we're getting out of it. Maybe I can do some weird loosey-goosey shit. Nah, we lose. No, because the problem is that we effectively start in ambush stance.
The fight has effectively happened.
Nope. No, they just... It's the surround. They just kind of randomly came out of the woods because it's night. I didn't see them, and it's a stack of 21. We are completely and totally fucked. A stack of 21 with Orc Young, Orc Warriors, and Berserkers with a surround setup just after we got messed up by Brigands. It is just GG at this point. Which makes the situation worse. Oh, there's no hope.
One character has to survive, and he's on death's door. The game just quite literally flipped me the bird, and I haven't been keeping regular saves. I've been using auto saves, because I've been trying to somewhat go a little pure. So yeah, GG everyone, good save, good run, good run.
And no, I don't know of Ogre.
Sorry if I sound a little skeeved right now, but I actually am. That's kind of fucking stupid. Because as fun as Battle Brothers is, I would like to get into content that isn't just, and then we kill Brigands for 6 hours, or we kill Barbarians for 6 hours. I would actually like to regularly fight the Greenskins, or the Undead, or show off some content that isn't the first few hours of me just getting all my shit together.
Well, that kind of fucking sucks. Awesome.
Well, I guess that's the day then. Thanks for coming on down. Sorry that was a complete fucking wash.
Oh no, we're done for the day. It's 8 o'clock. My guys are all dead because I got fucking chumped.
I'm basically done for the day.
Good question. I'll figure that out when the time comes around. Either case, have yourselves a good night, everyone. Sorry about this. Bye-bye.